Yeah. Yeah, thanks for coming back. Before we start, why doesn't everyone, I'm sure a few people like feel good. Just introduce yourselves. We're gonna have, this is broadcast. I don't know quite how many people are listening in. Potentially quite a lot. It's kind of slightly hard to tell. Initially, we thought a lot of emails and requests, and it was just going to be too many. And I think we just like that academic. So we had, I don't know, we put over the at the end of the day. I mean, people are going to be 100, we don't know, but it seems to be a lot of people potentially interested. So we'll have 20-minute sessions while you stand up, if that's okay. Remember just to stay here, like we figured it out, and you don't be like too much of a pity baddy on, like wander around the room or anything. That, and then we'll do 10 minutes of Q&A, probably 7 or 8 minutes. There's quite generous breaks and lunches, so I suspect in practice a lot of the discussion might happen in lunch and over dinner. Before we start, Mert is kindly taking care of the most stressful bit, was the AD. So I want to thank you. Karen, Sharon's been fantastic with organising something, very helping me changing my mind all the time and it's organised. So before we go, why don't we go around and introduce ourselves? I'm Nick Bloom at Stanford.
Jonathan Floyd,
And
I'm Raj Chaudhary at the Harvard Business School.
I'm Victoria Vernon, Empire State College, Florida School.
Yeah, it's really
Hey, I'm Christopher Creedy from the from the University of Southern California. I'm Alan Kwan from the University of Hong Kong.
Lena, Oxford, UK, for visiting.
Landed from London School of Economics.
From Falco University of Copenhagen, currently in Stanford.
Okay, great. I'm Mert Sakan. I'm a Pedagogical Fellow at Stanford, and I work with Nick. I think my introduction will be a 5-minute presentation as well. And
I was going to say, I'll give you the time. I think Emma, you're sharing the first. I can't remember. We have some order. Emma, how's Natalia, right? I think Steve gets a break. But yeah, so I'll just keep the timer, and I think dinner, by the way, dinner's going to be, we'll come to it later, but it's going to be just outside. So we have a very early California style dinner, because I know we'll have to flow in. Not everyone, a lot of people have flown in and don't kind of East Coast timing. But tonight, tomorrow night, also, if you have a jacket, tomorrow night we'll walk to my house, which is about a 25-minute walk. If you don't want to walk, I'll write the address up and you can catch an Uber. When I've done sites, I'm going to take Uber to Central. But if you are, we'll walk through campus, do like a little campus tour, just go to my house. But again, it'll be outside with heaters. We did rent some heaters. It's like kind of cold. I'd bring a jacket. Before we go to my, any questions or anything? Yeah, so we'll go, like present, apart from Mark, who's going to do a short presentation, everyone else will present for kind of 20 minutes and then go to questions. I know we'll break it, it's going to be a lot easier because we'll questions.
And for the questions that are, so after the 20-minute presentation, it would be great if you could use the microphones to ask the questions so that people on the Zoom can hear the questions as well. Okay.
Right.
And
Are we broadcasting it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. So I'll just take 5 minutes to present our work on working from home in the media. And so what we're trying to understand is how has the media coverage of work from home changed during the pandemic. And in order to measure this, we use all available newspapers from Access World News Bank database and Twitter archive from July 1st, 2019 until last week. And so we specifically look for get results on daily number of articles that mention terms in this combined term set, which includes words related to hybrid work, remote work, telework, and working from home. So the combined term set is what we will use then to construct our index. But in order to understand how the mix of topics related to work from home has been changing over time, we will also break the index into its components as well. So I'm first just showing you the index, and this is normalized to have the pre-pandemic average to pandemic period to average to 100. And first, we document a tremendous increase around mid-March. So when the pre-pandemic is averaged to 100, it jumps to 7,000, which is more than 600-fold increase. And we see that the coverage in the newspapers declined, but it still remains elevated to about 3-fold pre-pandemic levels. Next, I'm showing you the breakdown quickly, and just first to note that work from home has dominated. Work from home and WFH has dominated the media coverage, especially at the beginning of the pandemic. And to give you a sense of the number of articles that we're talking about, the first week of February, there were 15 articles in that had the terms in the combined work from home set. And in mid-March, this jumps to about 1,000. And as of last week, it was about 50 articles in a given day last week. And to look more closely into the components, so first, we document that remote work, work from home, and telework has been decreasing, but hybrid work has been increasing, especially within the recent months. This makes sense, as we know that firms are demanding more hybrid work. When we look into the shares of the media coverage, we again see a similar thing where the share of hybrid work has been increasing after the onset of the pandemic. The share of work from home has been decreasing, and remote work has been increasing slightly as well. So I'll quickly go over these because it's the same thing as same term sets and same methodology as the news bank, but we do the same for tweets instead of newspaper articles. We again document a tremendous increase on the tweets, peaking around mid-March in 2019, but it still remains about 3-fold higher as of last week than the pre-pandemic levels. And when we look at the components, we again document very interestingly, a very similar pattern where hybrid work has been increasing, remote work, telework, and work from home has been decreasing. When we look at the shares, we again have a very similar story where hybrid work is increasing and remote work is probably slightly increasing. Work from home and telework has been decreasing the share of coverage over time. So just to give a very quick summary, we used almost 2,000 newspaper articles on work from home and showed that work from home related coverage has surged about 6-fold during the pandemic. The coverage subsided, but it remains still very high, about 3-folds compared to the pre-pandemic. And the mix of topics evolved over time, it changed over time from an initial focus on work from home to more focus on hybrid work and remote work. And we observe very similar patterns on Twitter as well. And I'll be around the break times helping with the microphone setup. So if you have any questions, feedback, I would really love to talk to you about any of these. Thank you very much.
We can just keep the schedule,
Yeah, that's good.
and then I'll hand over.
I was just curious about what they are talking about remote work, because for instance, in some cases in Italy, for instance, I see that they constantly mention it because of regulatory difficulties. They don't manage to get regulation done. That's why they talk about that. But then I'm surprised because I mean, what's about the initial spike and then the decrease? Is that some firm is inviting workers to work from home, or is it about regulation?
So I tried to understand specifically what is exactly causing the peaks by looking at, so I showed you weekly results, but I wanted to first look at daily results. For example, especially on Twitter, I want to understand if Elon Musk's tweets on work from home caused a spike. It wasn't super clear to me, so that's why I switched to weekly, but I should look into that. Like, what exactly is it that on the peak that we see, why is it that there's a peak there? Yes, I agree. I don't have a very good answer to that. Yes.
And just to add to that,
It would be really interesting to see if you can use some NLP techniques to code the sentiment of the text or what they're talking about in terms of topic modeling. So I think it's a very rich data set. You can do a lot more with this.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, I definitely agree.
To be hearing from Peter from LSE.
Jingle jangle. And is there a, yep, okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Peter. Once some slides come up, I'll start presenting a paper that I have joint with Steve Davis, Nick Bloom, Rafaela Sadoun from Harvard Business School, Stephen Hansen from UCL, and Bledi Tusker, who's the chief economist at a company called Lightcast, formerly Burning Glass. I should also mention three great research assistants who worked on this, one called Yabra Mufti, who's at Barcelona Graduate School, Kelsey Shipman, who's working with Rafaela at HBS, and Miao Miao Zhang, who's now an HBS PhD student. Okay, great. So the paper I'm going to be presenting is called Remote Work Across Jobs, Companies, and Countries. The motivation for this, I guess, is kind of pretty clear from everyone in the room. I know that some people in the room's claim to fame is that they were researching working from home before the pandemic. There was at least one writer's room that was kind of ahead of you, if this is going to work. Really ruins the flow of my hilarious joke. There we go. Yeah, there was one writer's room who was way ahead of you on this. Like all good trends in the US, The Simpsons seems to be premonitious in terms of its ability to predict these things. In terms of the kind of more meaty motivation, I think, again, everyone here is kind of aware that this has been a pretty massive and enduring shift into remote working. For the impacts, I'm going to just refer you to all the other great talks that are going to be happening during this seminar series. Let me just quickly point out kind of the lens that we look at our contribution to this literature through. There's lots of great data sets out there. There are kind of some limitations to existing data that we think we can kind of really complement with. For example, surveys are typically smaller scale. Admin data has this release lag, and when it comes out, it's kind of de-identified. There's not a lot of pre-pandemic information about remote working out there. And the occupation level analysis, we think sweeps away quite a lot of rich heterogeneity within these occupation groups. So what is our goal in this paper? We want to measure remote work at large scale. We want to use near real-time data. We want to do this with a very high level of granularity. And we want to look at pre-pandemic periods as well. How do we do this? We're going to use online job vacancy postings. So this is coming from a company called Lightcast, formerly Burning Glass. Many labor economists will be familiar with this data set. What is it? It's a very large corpus of online job vacancy postings scraped from the web, about 500 million English-speaking countries, so US. When we figure out how to do our text analysis in Hungarian, we're going to move to the EU, but we haven't currently figured out that problem. So what do? We measure whether or not a job ad offers remote work And to do this, we use a kind of state-of-the-art algorithm, which quote unquote reads the job ad. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that algorithm, and then I'm going to document some of the patterns that we found. The algorithm, just to kind of give you a quick, brief outline, uses kind of 30,000 human readings of job ads. In the paper, we think that as well as documenting all these remote work patterns, we have this kind of nice case study in frontier text analysis methods. So in the paper, we show, you know, our approach versus other approaches used in the literature. So that's kind of nice sort of secondary contribution of this paper. In the paper, we document the share of jobs offering remote work across time, geography, job characteristics, and organizations. But today, I just want to focus particularly on what I'm going to call the remote work gap across space. So that's going to be the main focus of today's presentation, is this geographic differences. So what is the data? As many of you will know, Lightcast, formerly Burning Glass, collect these online job ads. The great thing about this product is that it comes from over 50,000 different sources. So these online job boards scrape daily. We're going to focus on 2014 to 2022, so lots of pre-pandemic coverage. We use a subset of the data just for computational reasons prior to 2019, but after that, we kind of use the full, you know, massive data set. Each job posting has the kind of plain text that a browser would see when applying to the job. It also comes loaded in with kind of the occupation, the employer, the job location, and a few other structured variables. The sample sizes are huge, right? That's kind of the main take home, and this affords us the ability to go really granular with our analysis because we just have such a large amount of data. So how do we measure remote working? Well, the problem as we saw it was that we wanted to try and classify each job ad as to whether it offered the ability to be done remotely 1 or more days per week. So we have a binary classification problem that we're trying to solve. We need some way of turning the text of the job ad into this classification. Probably the most well-known approach to these kinds of tasks is using these keywords methods. So looking for the presence of key terms, work from home, remote, etc. Let me show you some examples, and then I'll discuss why we decided to go sort of full Silicon Valley on the problem and leave these dictionary methods behind. Here's 2 job ads. These are cases where this kind of keyword approach would do a really nice job, actually. You can see flexible working, hybrid working, work from home, telecommuting, all these things would be very easy for the keyword approach to classify as a remote work vacancy posting. Now let's take 2 more job ads. Great, we can see some keywords. The dictionary would identify these as remote work job ads. Unfortunately, it turns out that the first example here is work from home care facility, willing to work on remote work sites. And then the classic case, work from home, not available, right? This negation, which kind of plagues these dictionary methods in the context of this particular measurement problem. So it turns out that this second case is not an outlier, that almost half of the keyword hits were false positives. And we played around with the dictionary, it's reasonably well optimized, and still we kind of have this measurement issue when we use the keywords. So why is this problem persistent? Well, we think in this particular use case, context matters. Work at home for elderly, work done in the comfort of your own home. I mean, this one, it's just so not clear to me how you would use a word, right? Work or home is just going to give you heaps of spurious results. And then the other example is sort of differential meaning. The Home Office, which is a government department in the UK, versus your home office. So to avoid the bias from these keywords approaches, we are going to use something called the Work from Home Algorithmic Measurement, or WHAM, as we call it. So how did we build WHAM? It's a fairly standard natural language processing, sort of machine learning pipeline. We start with these 30,000 labels from humans. We then take this really large pre-existing what's called context embedding model called Distilbert. Some of you who've worked in the natural language processing space will know about this. This is a model that sort of comes pre-trained on all of Wikipedia. So it already is kind of like a little mini AI that can understand language and the context dependencies, et cetera, et cetera. We further pre-train this model to expose it to about 1 million job vacancy postings. So now it's going to be able to recognize not just English language, but the language of English job vacancies. Once we have a model that kind of understands the information in these documents, we can then combine that with the human classified data and produce this algorithm which can predict whether or not a job ad offers remote working. It's kind of scary good, this model, really. And you've all used something like this when you type in a Google search, right? This is kind of the back end of what happens when you try and interact with Google. The model delivers near human performance, probably better than humans in some cases. From our labeled data, we see humans also make mistakes. So if the algorithm, someone sat down and read all these things and classified them for us. Algorithm, meaning of a job ad, words. To give you a quick insight into the differences that these two technologies deliver, you can see here that the dictionary at the aggregate level is massively upwardly biased. So we're getting a huge number of additional hits that we don't actually think denote remote working. Whereas our method still has this kind of nice spike and things like this, and I'll speak more about the data in a second, but you can see that these two measurement technologies deliver very different insights. As well as at the aggregate, you can see at the kind of the occupation level, this dark blue line is our measurement, this light blue line is the dictionary approach, and this gray line is a dictionary that has been adjusted to account for this negation that we saw. So the kind of take home here is that the bias exists, and it exists in a kind of not obvious way across occupations. You can't just kind of reweight things and get there. You really need to measure this thing properly. Otherwise, you're going to run into problems. Some quick caveats about what we've done to measure this thing before I get onto some of the results. We are very aware that online job vacancy postings do not represent, for example, the employment distribution in the US or the industry distribution. Of course, if you want to study online job vacancies, it's perfectly representative, right? But it just depends on your use case. And we do a lot of different reweighting exercises in the paper, to try and satisfy some of these critiques. Of course, the offer must be explicit. The firm has to state in the job ad that it offers remote working 1 or more days per week. Otherwise, we're never going to be able to measure it. The kind of feature side of that is that it requires a really strong commitment from the employer. And it's also a very forward-looking commitment. So we do think that this is both a feature and a bug, that it really requires a strong sort of adoption of this practice at the organizational level. This data covers new hires, not the existing workers. Another potential feature or upside is that it's less sensitive to the forced adoptions due to lockdowns, right? Employers may not forward offer remote working, even if all their workers happen to be at home in the short term. So after all this measurement effort, what did we find? Let's get on to some of the results. I think the kind of first figure that I'm going to present here is working from home across countries as measured by job vacancy postings. So this just shows you the share of all postings that we classified as offering remote working. There's 3 main things that I want to point out from this figure. First and foremost, before the pandemic, there was quite a substantial amount of heterogeneity. The US had a much higher share of remote working relative to, say, Canada or Australia or New Zealand. Likewise, there was a fairly linear, maybe about 0.2 percentage points per year increase in remote working, even prior to the pandemic. So there was an upward trend. Of course, when we get to 2020, everything goes a bit bonkers, and we have these huge spikes in remote work vacancies. So there's this kind of on-arrival shock from COVID, particularly those countries that had the real brunt of COVID right here. See New Zealand and Australia, which had a more protracted experience, have a more delayed response, but they do tend to converge by the end of the series. Finally, even after this one-off shock, the series seems to be kind of growing pretty rapidly. So there's no evidence here, at least, that remote working is kind of a temporary change in the way we work. It seems pretty permanent, and in fact, we may still be converging towards a much higher equilibrium. It's kind of still unknown. One comment you might have about this when comparing across countries is that, okay, the US may have a very different vacancy distribution to the UK. So one thing we can do to address this is we can reweight everything. Now, what we're doing is we're kind of imposing that the different countries look the same as the US did in 2019 in terms of the occupation mix. So if the only difference between these countries was that they had different occupations being advertised, these would have totally converged after this reweighting exercise. So you can see that the difference between the UK and the US has somewhat gone away, but there is still a kind of pronounced increase in the UK relative to the US, even after this reweighting exercise. Moving away now from countries, I'm going to show you some results by broad occupation group. So, somewhat unsurprisingly, the share of remote work vacancy postings in computer and math occupations have grown the most, as well as have the highest level post-pandemic. So this is the 2021 share of vacancies that offer remote working. all the way on down to food prep and serving related industries, which, have a kind of very small amount, though still a tiny bit of growth. So this is potentially unsurprising. And this broadly lines up with a lot of these occupation level measures that we saw from example, Dingle and Neiman and sort of other contributors. When we zoom in though to the very detailed sort of ONET classification, this is kind of the most granular occupation grouping that you could possibly imagine. What I've got here is on the y-axis, the share of postings in this very narrow occupation that existed, that offered remote work in 2019 versus 21 share on the y-axis. So each point here represents, first thing that you can see pretty quickly is that 2019 shares predict 2021 shares. So if an occupation was more, had more remote work vacancy postings pre-COVID, it tended to be the one that had the biggest increase post-COVID. The second thing you'll note here is that what I've done is I've color-coded the different occupations based on this Dingle and Neiman teleworkable classification. Right away, you can see, okay, that it's broadly clustering things in the bottom left and the top right, which is great, but there is a huge amount of heterogeneity even within these classifications. So what we think is that this measure that we have of vacancy postings is kind of a much more precise instrument relative to the Dingle and Neiman measure. And that's to be expected, I guess. This, the occupational feasibility is a statement about the technology. The actual offer of remote work is a statement about the interaction of these market participants. So there's lots more heterogeneity here than you would get from the Dingle and Neiman stuff. I'm now going to, how much time do I have, by the way?
You have as much as you want. No, you have, it's 12 past, so you got another 8 minutes.
Great, okay, cool. So we're going to have a bit more time for questions, which, is always a good thing. Let me finish today by showing you some results by city. And I mentioned at the start that what I want to highlight here is this thing that, one might call the remote work gap, this kind of geographical disparities between different cities. So first of all, looking across the globe at these kind of big cities that we're all familiar with, you can see right away there are big differences in the share of vacancies offering remote work. Toronto has the highest share of all the cities that we looked at that had kind of a large enough data set to be worth considering. Washington, DC and San Fran are the two highest cities in the US, which is perhaps unsurprising. The other thing that you can see here that sort of broadly speaking, a higher share pre-pandemic predicted a higher share post-pandemic, but this relationship is much weaker than, for example, the occupation relationship. We can see here that there's something going on just other than pre-exposure, driving this uptake of remote work vacancy postings across these cities. Now let's zoom into sort of cities that perhaps get less play in the media that you may not have been to. I certainly haven't been to any of them, I don't think. No, I've been to New York, there we go. And like the first point that I want to make here is just this massive difference between, for example, Odessa and New York. There's just basically 20 percentage points, 15 percentage points difference between these two different series. So again, it's likely that this is explained by the differences in the occupation mix, but potentially there's other things going on that researchers can study, and I think that the data set that we have is going to be really good for one's ability to study these things going forward. I won't comment too much more because I don't know the cities that well, but like I said, there is this big difference across cities, and potentially there's some priors that we can kind of test with this data set that will help us understand both the causes and then potentially the consequences of remote work. Let me finish now with an example of two cities that I have been to because I went to them yesterday. This is San Francisco and South San Francisco. So again, huge difference between these two cities in terms of the remote work vacancy shares. Arguably, they're in the same commuter zone. The potential widening of the labor market to encompass both of these areas is certainly plausible, and yet we still see this large difference between these two different cities. Although noticeably, South San Fran in the last sort of 5-6 months has started to pick up. So potentially, who knows, some interaction, some spillovers. Again, I'm not going to kind of give you the answer. I want to present the raw data and get you interested in using these data, because in the end, what we plan to do is release these data to all of you. as well as news media, as well as many other organizations. We want to get this data in the hands of as many people as possible. So we're going to start by providing the city level breakdowns at the monthly frequency for some of the bigger cities across our 5 countries. So that should happen within the week. So we're excited to see what other people do with our data, as well as kind of what we've already done. Where to next? Well, we want to also expand to our EU countries. That's going to require some sort of data science work in the background to do with these different languages, but we think we can get there. The other thing that I think is a really fruitful area of future research for this particular group is expanding to disambiguate work from home versus work from anywhere. At the moment, we've got this binary classification, which pulls out all the postings that have kind of any possible remote work arrangements, 1 or more days per week. The great thing about this approach is that we've now been able to get rid of all this information, and we have left over the data, which we can now kind of feed into these sub bins, which may give us a sort of more intensive margin measure of remote work adoption. And we intend to then link this data to, for example, information about firms and sort of firm covariates. Long run, we want to look at the causes of remote work adoption using these data. I'm going to stop there. Let me just conclude now. So we've developed a new measurement approach using online job vacancies. We think this is basically as if a human sat down and read all these documents. This measurement approach substantially outperforms sort of more standard canonical methods in text analysis. We are able to do things with this data that potentially other data sets are not able to do. For example, we have large scale, it's highly granular. This data comes to us in near real time. So we get this with about a month lag. And of course, we have lots of pre-pandemic coverage, which is something that I think is going to be very useful. For example, diff and diff type analysis, et cetera. We find, perhaps unsurprisingly, big increases since the pandemic across the country level. We don't see any sign of return to pre-pandemic levels. And at least across cities, across geographies, this remote work gap seems to be expanding further and further. Thanks very much. I'll take questions now, I suppose. Thank you.
This is Raj. So Peter, thanks. This is super cool. And second time I'm seeing this. So one question. So beyond accounting for the differences in occupational distributions across the cities and countries, do we have to also, did you also control for how representative burning glass is across these countries? And, the market share of burning glass vis-a-vis other ways you can list an online job?
So maybe this doesn't answer your question, but I'm going to put it up anyway. But so these burning glass data, first of all, it should be said, are surprisingly representative. At least here we can see the kind of broad occupation level. Of course, there are differences. The sort of white collar stuff gets more favored than the blue collar stuff, but it doesn't require too much reweighting. You don't have to be too aggressive about reweighting this stuff to kind of get something that's pretty representative of, say, employment. I think your question more speaks to Burning Glass's coverage of the online vacancy postings, which Burning Glass claims to have the near universe. You see this word near universe in almost every paper. I guess we don't know what we don't know. So it's hard, I suppose, to kind of figure out what portion of that Burning Glass have relative to other sources.
Their business model is to scrape all publicly available online job ads. That is their business model. Doesn't mean they achieve it 100%, but their goal is if it's public, if it's on online posting, we get it.
That's right. Yeah. There's some more questions down there.
Yeah, this was great. So this is Christos. Question about the context and how the use of language might indicate whether it's a requirement versus they approve it or whether it's negotiable. And so I guess question number one is, were you taking something like BERT off the shelf and then applying it to the language, or was there any additional refinements to the BERT algorithm? And then second was more around binary versus more categorical.
So let me take the second question first. So I think one of the strengths of us having this binary measurement is that what we can now do is take all the job ads, which we've kind of classified as having some kind of work from home arrangements, and then we can do exactly what you said. This makes the data science of the problem much, much easier, kicking out a huge amount of data straight away. And I think it would be a great idea, for example, to do topic modeling, even just some simple kind of word windows, what words tend to get used before and after. So I think, we can push in that direction for sure. The previous question about the BERT model, I think the BERT model is incredible, but the real secret sauce of this paper is this human classified training data, right? We sent 30,000 pieces of text to Amazon Mechanical Turk workers, and they binary they literally inputted whether this does or doesn't explicitly offer remote working. So the BERT model is fantastic. We didn't need to do a huge amount on that side, but we had this additional training data, and I think that's the real value add from our measurement effort.
Very nice work. So as an urban economist, I'm very thrilled by the results across cities. And you said that one of the sources of differences, of course, occupational differences. But then it would be interesting to know how much this is due to differences in commuting times, for instance. If commuters are alone, people don't want to work in the office as much. Real estate prices, if the city is very expensive, you want to take an opportunity and move somewhere else.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So first of all, you'll be able to do that in a week, right? Because this data will be available. Second of all, of course, we want to link both firms and cities and other subgroups to, sort of out of sample information about these different groups. And I think commuting times is a good potential candidate for something that caused higher adoption. You could even look at the converse, maybe higher adoption, reduced commuting times, right? So there's kind of a whole bucket of things that could be run through this causes and consequences type analysis.
Hey, I thought about this issue of the dictionary versus the WHAM kind of classification, because I use Yelp and I'll search vegetarian restaurants and you would get a bunch of steakhouses because all the reviewers are like not vegetarian friendly. So there's an interesting data issue with this topic and this data source, which is for the jobs that are fully remote, these employers can now advertise across the entire country, right? And so you could see for one singular vacancy, you could see that posting pop up in 50 different states or in a bunch of different metros. And so do you have any idea how much that's playing a role in any of these results, at least in terms of that kind of gradient that we're seeing?
Sure. So I can't speak to results in this data because we haven't checked, but we know from other sources that the vast majority of remote work positions are hybrid. So to that extent, I think location of the job posting is a pretty good barometer of the location that the worker needs to at least be able to get to 2 days a week. But I completely agree that this relationship between the city data that we have starts to break down quite a lot when the position can be done, from anywhere in the US. And I'm sure there'll be other talks about that coming forward. Again, we can look at this once we subclassify these remote work postings into hybrid versus fully remote. But that's, I can't say much more about that at this point.
Okay. This is fantastic work. One thing I was wondering, now that you classified job postings, can you see, for example, if job postings have remote working get filled more quickly?
Yeah.
As an amenity that's convincing people to sign up more quickly, and I guess you can have, do you see the firms and can identify firms that offer both types of jobs?
So in terms of firm heterogeneity, we can absolutely identify that. So you can see from the data I haven't shown here, but firms even within the same industry have different work from home adoption rates. We have the same firm for different occupations, or even the same firm in different countries will have different stances on remote work adoption as offered by the vacancies. So I completely agree that's an interesting kind of thing to pull on. And then, so what was your first question?
Well, the ones that have remote work, you would see them lasting.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. So unfortunately, we only observe when the posting first appears. We don't have any information about when it gets removed from the job board or indeed whether it gets filled at all. So, one could potentially push in this direction and get some admin data with the kind of differential churn rates and vacancy durations and things. But now we're kind of just sticking to the high level data science results. But if you want to do something more structural, there are ways of turning this data into something that could speak to your question.
I have a question. So for me, the most striking result was still after you adjusted for the occupational structure across the countries, you still had the UK being so much more prominent in terms of posting remote jobs. So this was very interesting results. And I think if you could also look after you adjust also for the industry structure, whether anything is changing, because I can imagine lawyers and IT companies would be more likely to do work remotely rather than lawyers in manufacturing company. And another question also maybe related to that, if you can see correlation between how hard COVID was across countries and whether this explains the amount of remote work.
So I think the second question somewhat answers the first question, because I don't know much about the UK geography, but I lived in London during the pandemic. So I can tell you that it had an incredibly severe experience with the pandemic, incredibly severe lockdowns. So that would be my first guess as to why the UK series is just much higher than the US, even after this reweighting. But yeah, I think you're exactly right. This exposure to COVID is a really good potential treatment effect for studying these differential outcomes. You know, and there's really good data on that. So I'm sure, I'm sure at least one of you has a paper already looking at this. And you know, here we go, Steve does. Yeah.
No, it's Steve, Shannon. Yes, there's a new paper on working from home around the world using different data, but does find very much along the lines you're suggesting. Countries and regions within countries that had tighter lockdowns tend to have bigger and more lasting uptakes in work from home.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked a question about the UK. That made my lack of US geography knowledge slightly less problematic.
So, I was wondering whether you observe salaries or wages offered for jobs, because I'm thinking if we take two jobs, one offers to work with an option to work from home, another one doesn't. Whether people are willing to pay for this amenity value, which we find in the paper we have at Steve Nick and others.
So we've looked at this a little bit, but we're still a little bit unclear about how to interpret this. But I'm very aware that yes, you know, your work suggests that people would be willing to take, as you know, very much on average a 5% pay cut for the opportunity to work from home. So one take there would be, okay, that's going to give the firm a bit more leeway to reduce the wage. The other thing is that if someone's working from home, the firm maybe doesn't have to supply as much physical capital. So there's a pecuniary benefit to the firm for you being at home that maybe the worker can exploit to get a higher salary. So this bargaining process to me is not, I don't think anyone's got the kind of full information about how this is exactly happening out in the world. But yeah, we can kind of talk about the different data points that feed into this.
Just adding to that, I'm sorry, can I just, can you look at postings which are more supply constrained versus those that are not, and see whether there's a differential effect for ones where you know the postings are supply constrained?
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea. Yeah, particularly in this period of like pretty massive supply constraint heterogeneities, right? We know that so can't find work.
I'm just wondering, like a job posting, is that an opening, right? It could be one job opening is like 100 jobs. So how do you account for
Yep.
that?
So the vast majority we think are kind of 1-for-1. You're exactly right that there are a few kind of wacky outliers. For example, Walmart have one posting that just exists in perpetuity and they fill however many workers. So again, I would say this is something that we can address by reweighting. So once we reweight across the occupation employment distribution, this problem kind of goes away, right? Although potentially, you know, if Walmart is offering remote work, then we're kind of under measuring that post representative, you know, sort of contribution to that scheme. But I think reweighting does a pretty good job of addressing these kinds of concerns. But it's absolutely, you know, it's definitely a feature of these data. But not a big one, I should say.
Okay, we should move on to the next.
Perfect. Thanks very much, everyone.
Okay, and we're gonna have Hong Yi from MIT Sloan. Oh, we're gonna have Sabat. Okay, keeping it on my toes. Okay. Oh, that makes.
public was the field. Full page. I think around 1965 or up, and it goes to in it happened in Agglomeration 2020. We have it basically started time, but then but the first question is what its role as the workers and questions based on our findings, and then we build on Jose's Nixon's basically part. You basically July, late July, early August 2021, and then the second wave fielded in late feeders sample. But we define feeders as the bottom 5% of the completion time distribution in each country. And then in addition to that, we basically roughly 50% of respondents who basically question. Sample. Often we don't collect because access to the internet, which is also in country. Well, you will see in a few minutes. Are in the so how do we estimate our what we do? We basically paper and we report basically condition. And how do we do that? Regressions. We treat the raw view several observable characteristics. So start with And around world, anything about your intentions for working from home, and it also doesn't say anything about the employers. After work from home. But after COVID, how often is your employer planning for you to work full day? Is that substantial gap, literally 1 day per week, between employee preferences and labor market implications. Like work from home and forward them. Larger. And then we can quantitatively show that in survey drops substantially. And as the distribution of working from home product. And measure people are more productive when they work from home. But the whole point of this graph is to show that how when they the is show relative to expect 19. And if you look at distribution, moving from 0.5 at the most distribution to the top of the distribution, it basically gives us desires. One of the that working at is controlling for several. The correlation and data. change? And then we ask the following question. Since the COVID pandemic began, how have perceptions about working from home changed? Countries working suggested of working from home. And then in finally, among more educated, expect those with low. And all these results basically suggest that going forward, people will sort by desired working arrangements, and across companies, basically quickly talk about education. Save time and money. First, downside is not educated people. It's not necessarily downside. People are more likely to basically read their own benefits because some people one-on-one interactions in the office are looking on learning and networking opportunities. This is probably particularly true for juniors. We also talk about pace of innovation in the paper, that there are spread across. There are already dispersion of workers, innovation. Recently, basically allowed to prevail. There are because if you think about it, design for now the now on the upside, it creates sharper incentives because now governments have to provide good public services, but not to attract people. It creates more scope for a downward spiral in city portion because they amplify out migration and the loss of inward community. Work takes space, and in turn, which may basically fiscal capacity supply. Downward spiral. Manage the But I lost when if I in air we are yes.
Evidence in this paper is designed to speak to this, very, very powerful concern. And what it says is those workers who perceived that they got a positive productivity surprise in work from home mode are much more likely to have their employers plan for them to work from home after the pandemic's over. That's the evidence that there's real content in these self-assessed perceptions of the individual workers, which obviously you would want to take with some grain of salt unless it's validated. Seven showed you that picture, the overall picture about that scatter plot. That relationship holds pretty much similarly, somewhat stronger, weaker across countries. That relationship holds in all 27 countries in the sample. Okay, so we see that as a powerful piece of evidence that there's real content in these self-assessed perceptions of your productivity surprise.
Hi, that was very interesting. I love the survey. So I wonder, when you showed the slide on the attitudes or the stigma, have you checked whether there are any gender gaps in the changes of the stigma or in these responses? I'm asking because before the studies before the pandemic, more of a, let's say, psychology or sociology showed that when men apply for working from home, it's often perceived by managers as they are more willing to work hard. They want to stay at home, focus, and do more. Whereas women who apply for work from home were much more often perceived as this is driven by care obligations. And even in Germany, there were papers that showed that there were basically like the wage penalties for women were larger than for men. So it would be very interesting to see whether this huge experiment has maybe kind of like blurred this gender gap in these perceptions.
I don't remember off the top of my head how that how it looked like, but what we know from from our papers that women actually value more compared to similar heterosexual men than working from home. So it's similar to the point that you are making. But I don't remember off the top of my head what was the difference, whether there was any difference between men and women.
I was just curious whether you have any qualitative data speaking to where these self-perceptions come from. I imagine for some people, maybe the organizations told them that, you know, we overall workers were more productive or because otherwise it's so hard to estimate your own productivity. So I'm just curious about, you know, what are some of the drivers of one's self-perceptions of productivity?
Let me basically get back to the. So question goes as compared to your expectations before COVID. How has working from home turned out for you? So the reference point is pre-COVID, and Nick has been talking with some companies about. I mean, Nick has more experience on this, talking with some companies about work from home and how it turns out for workers. But of course, we don't have data to cross-validate this. But I agree with Steve's point earlier. What we have in this cross-sectional graph that we show, it basically provides us strong evidence that when people think that they are more productive, their employers also allow them to work from home. At a cross-section, at least we find this evidence. And it holds in all countries we have in the sample. Nick, do you have anything to add?
No, but I find it striking. So I'm just curious whether this is a case of like these individuals maybe knew that they were actually more productive. And so then that drives the organizational decision to offer more work from home, and their productivity rates are higher. So that's where my question.
Yeah, the only thing, you're completely correct. It's kind of one of the ones that these self-perception things are kind of tricky. And yeah, economists know, you know, people are very hard at self-assessing. The only data point I have is the stuff that, you know, randomized control trial did in a trip. We actually ask people, and then we also measure, and they're correlated reasonably. But I should go. I took a note. Actually, I should go and look at this because that'd be really useful data point. They are correlated. I just can't remember how strong it is. It's significant, but that doesn't mean when you have 1,600 data points, the R square could be really low, and the T stat is like you still get the stars, but I can't remember. You want material basically. I'll have a look and come back. I agree, it's an important question.
Can I say two things? Yeah. This is an important question, and we two pieces of indirect evidence on this that we have. One, in the SWAY, where we first rolled out this kind of question, we did it much earlier in the pandemic. So I think I would say before firms really had a sense of whether this was going to work out or how it would work out. Nonetheless, we got very similar patterns. So that suggests to me that it's actually the workers' own perceptions not just a reflection of what the firm has told them. The second thing is when you look at the relationship between self-assessed productivity and you ask workers where they think now I'm switching gears here a little bit. Now I'm actually switching to not this question, but to the question of whether they're actually more productive when they in the work from home mode. So we ask that kind of question in this way, and then we follow up with a question: how much of that extra productivity do you attribute simply to the savings in commuting time? A big chunk of it comes just from that, and it's certainly possible that part of what's here is just people are saying, I don't spend an hour a day commuting, gives me an extra, take half that and devote it to the employer, for which we also see direct evidence. So it may be something as basic as that, but I agree, there's a lot more we could do on this. It's a good question. And likewise about a stigma question, which never occurred to me before, but I think we have the data to look at that.
Thanks so much. I wondered whether you've looked at any of the second moments and seen whether there's kind of higher spread or lower spread, and whether the data sort of affords you to do this, for example, in terms of employers' desired days per home at home and things like that.
We haven't done this. Yeah. No.
Cool.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so really cool and fascinating stuff. But I was thinking also if you could also explore if the variation is driven by occupational differences or cultural attitudes, as Christos was saying. I was thinking of also Hofstadter's measures around individualism and collectivism and all these cultural. So you could just take the variation and start decomposing it and tell us why different parts of the world are varying on these measures.
I mean, great idea. This is also something that we haven't done, but we can. Thank you.
I remember seeing earlier versions of the survey, and one of the questions I was also always puzzled about is how much people know about employers' plans. I mean, very often employers themselves don't know what are their plans after COVID. Do they have a sense how valid this is? Maybe there are employer surveys that would validate what you find.
In the survey, we have an option to say don't know if they don't know so if they don't know, they don't know.
How many people respond don't know?
I think it's about, so in this one, it's 19,000. I mean, it should be about 20,000.
Back up to the one that shows the question. The employer plan question.
Employer plan.
So in the US, yeah, it's rough math. Like it used to be like 30%, now it's more like 10% in the US survey.
So it should be substantial.
Great.
Thank you very much.
So I think we need a few minutes just to change the mics.
Yeah, sure. So I think, thanks for running around. We have a microphone problem. We meant that too. Yeah, no. As much as you've got, test all of this stuff out. But there's one of them, but the speaker one doesn't work.
The speaker one worked in the morning session, but it's not working right now. So maybe the speaker needs to use this actually.
Oh, okay.
Why is that?
That would be something worth looking at this in the different context. Yeah, and similarly with this coordination stuff. Yeah. Your work is
In your.
In the sweat, was that right?
Yeah, it's in the different.
Yeah, the interesting is firms like taking the view that people have heterogeneous preferences. So some firms are just, we're going to be in person. And 80% of people don't like it, but 20% do. And others that, I was at some event 2-3 weeks ago and there's someone from Goldman just, you don't want to be close to the full time.
Should I start? Oh, I just missed. Okay. Okay.
I bet this is like.
Hello?
It comes from there even though the.
Yeah, it goes into there.
Leave the audio on the laptop. Like,
Hello?
Not just because you're so close. No. But that might-
No.
Hello?
Why is it coming from here? It's weird.
We can just run this one, just. That's it. Right.
It's a different survey question that we think is more accurate.
So this is about, oh, what's happening?
As an official statistic, we believe that people vision something despite a strength. Sure, try it again.
to be honest, it's not just bad, it's totally working with it. Because I think if you give a straw poll in this room,
Test.
says who works from home, put their hand up. Who works from home because we have.
How many millions of journalists are on the Zoom call?
Some of them are like, so I'll just leave this on then.
Yes, at least they were podcast.
Test. Yeah.
Having been on the other side of it, it's quite reassuring. Just great.
Yeah, it says 20-hour battery, so I'm not very.
So, we'll get, I'm less worried, unless I got the question stuff.
Samsung. Test. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. So we're good to share back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Non-compliance that people are working. Exactly. These would be the mail, these are the ones that are by hand. Yeah. What's all online, what you run. In there, yeah, I mean, I think. I don't think I put it on some point, but it's just that I should have showed into a regression file now. We actually started trying to explain, okay, this city covariant, this city covariant, what there's some just the sheer scale of the meeting. But it's in the data already. So yeah, it's 75. Yeah. It's in the size of the fractal of voting glass. Not be that or
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
This should be good.
Okay, thank you. It doesn't work. Can I turn it on?
I'll turn it on. Perfect.
Oh, okay.
Okay, great. I'm gonna be hearing from Chen at the Dallas Fed.
Okay. Should I, okay. So hi everyone. My name is Chen. Stand here. Okay. First, I want to thank the organizer for including this paper in the program. So I'm from the Federal Reserve, so nothing I say here represents the Fed. And my co-author can't come because she just had a baby yesterday. So I will represent both of us. So this paper, so I'm an urban economist, so one of the most important agenda in urban economics and nowadays labor economics is to understand why productivities and wages tend to be higher in larger cities than in smaller cities or rural areas. And so sort of in economist term, we like to use this mechanism called agglomeration economy to explain this premium, this productivity and wage premium. And there are a lot of micro foundations for this thing called agglomeration economy. Some of them, I'm listing them here. Number one is knowledge spillover. So in big cities, there tend to be a lot more knowledge spillover. So new ideas are more likely to jump from people to people, from firm to firm. And a lot of it is based on cities' ability to foster more and better interactive activities, in-person activities. And in addition, also large cities are more, they're better places to foster input-output linkages, and people are more likely to form business networks, professional networks. And also that is based on the idea that cities foster better interactive activities as well. So before COVID, we sort of just take it for granted. If you put people in the right environment, they're going to interact and great value is going to be created. But then COVID happened and a lot of people start working from home. And I don't have to preach this room that working from home brings a lot of benefit for workers and employers. However, what I want to emphasize in this paper, if you work from home, you're not working in the office. If you're not working in the office, you're probably not interacting with your coworkers or people in your area as much. And as you can recall in the first bullet point, that a core building block of this golden agglomeration economy, the economies that urban economists cherish so much, is really kind of gone, right? And so in that context, it calls into question of whether this agglomeration economy of big cities is weakened because of working from home. So that's what this paper is about. We want to understand whether agglomeration economy has been reduced and by working from home. And why is that important, right? So first, reduced agglomeration economies could potentially reduce the aggregate productivity of the whole country. But we also are aware that the ability to work remotely also expand labor pool for high productivity firms in large cities, right? So now you can work for Silicon Valley firms even without living here. So potentially that could drive up aggregate productivity for the country if a lot of people are working remotely for these high productivity firms. So we are really also trying to understand that as well. So taking into account of both margins. And so to give you a preview, we're using COVID-19 pandemic as a working from home shock. And we've that there is substantial decrease in the urban wage premium among jobs with a high level of working from home adoption during COVID. And so by urban wage premium, I mean, how much higher wage the job is offering if that job is located in a larger labor market. That's what I mean. So it's really based on where the job is, not where the worker is. And then in contrast to the jobs with high level of working from home adoption, if you look at jobs with moderate level of working from home adoption or on-site jobs, the decrease is, there's some decrease, is much weaker. And in terms of on-site jobs, the decrease in urban wage premium is like, there's no change.
And so that could be driven by two things, right? One is there could be agglomeration economies in larger cities, so that could be driving down urban wage premium, or it could be due to high productivity firms, and it could be due to high productivity firms in large cities obtaining access to a larger labor pool. So effectively, the labor supply curve facing these firms is shifted out, right? So there are really two scenarios. So how do we tell them apart? So if that agglomeration economy didn't change, right? If productivity hold fixed, the only reason if the only reason why we're seeing a drop in urban wage premium among these high working from home jobs is due to supply curve shifting out, then we should see firms in Silicon Valley, high productivity firms in large cities, you should see them gaining payroll employment, right? Because a lot of people are going to work remotely for them. But instead, we saw the opposite. We saw while urban wage premium went down, employment also, were shifting out of these places. So that kind of tells us indirectly that relative productivity in large cities probably has decreased because of working from home. And then we did something else. We did this Galbach decomposition where we not only looked at the drop in urban wage premium between jobs, we also look at the skills that the job it requires or lists in the burning glass data, the Lighthouse data. And then we found that relationship cultivating and marketing skills saw a disproportionate decrease in the wage returns in these high working from home jobs, disproportionately in large cities. So why is that important? It means these relationships are sort of very useful in interactive activities, right? So the drop in the value of these interactive skills implies that the occurrence of these skills in large cities firms probably has decreased. And in particularly productive interactive activities probably decreased. So that's what, we take it as sort of somewhat of an evidence that agglomeration economy in large cities has decreased. So I think in terms of literature contribution, I saw a lot of papers that study the impact of working from home on cities, and a lot of papers on the impact of working from home on productivity. So we are sort of trying to say that you really can't think of one thing without the other. So we're trying to empirically knit them together. The other thing is that we think that our paper also contributed to the general literature of agglomeration economy. So the way I think about working from home shock is that you're sort of surgically removing social interactions from work. And so what does that do to agglomeration economy, right? So that's sort of an indirect way to test some of the classic mechanisms. So the paper is really simple. We have a really simple model, and then using the model, we try to highlight the mechanism that we have in mind. Then with the model, we're going to derive some implications that sort of guide you, sort of link the mechanism with the data. And then so that when you look at the data, you see what likely has happened. So the model is really simple. There are two locations. We assume that there is a high density large city location named H and a low density and small city location named L. So the H location is kind of like San Francisco, New York. And so for the production at H, worker can either work on site in the H location and also living in H or work remotely. So they live in H, but work in H, work for H firm and then live in L location. So this is the production function. You have a productivity BH, and then the labor input is basically just perfect substitute, between the on-site workers and the remote worker. So in the appendix of the new draft, we actually try to vary the functional form a little bit. So we do it this way to make it simple. So here is the key. So the productivity BH is a function of the number of on-site workers. So if the on-site workers decrease, that's going to endogenously reduce the productivity level, potentially endogenously reduce the productivity level of the H firm. And so this is really what we call agglomeration externality. So for the L location is really simple. I mean, you have to work on site in L, and the productivity is exogenous. So we have a simple housing market, which is pretty standard. And then worker basically have three choices. You can work on site, work remotely, work on site for H, or work remotely, for H but live in L. And then you can work So you basically get wage from where you work for and then pay rent where you live. So you might think, oh, if you work remotely, you get this nice thing from both worlds, high wage and then low rent. But you have to pay this fee, which is the working from home cost. So our equilibrium is basically just trying to study, what happens if you exogenously decrease the fee, and then what happens, to all of these equilibrium objects. So I'm not going to show you the math, but I will tell you the intuition. So before working from home, you can almost think that work location and residential locations are bundled. So there are really one good thing is that large cities then benefit from productivity spillovers from workers' physical concentration, right, like Silicon Valley. But then the bad part is that high productivity large cities are constrained by limited housing supply, right? Because I want more people to work for us, but we can't because it's too expensive here. And then after working from home became widespread, the work location and residential location become decoupled. So again, there are two things, right? Large cities potentially lose productivity because of the reduction of on-site workers. But then high productivity large cities can then gain access to a larger labor pool beyond their local housing supply constraint, right? So that's potentially a good thing. So in summary, basically the model is going to predict that working from home is going to reduce the urban wage premium. So potentially economy and productivity of large cities, but then it might. How do we gauge this? So we're going to basically look at not only working urban wage premium, we're also going to look at reallocation of labor. If this is really strong, if the expansion of labor supply is really, going to have, you're going to see a lot of people working for H location from L. But there is a caveat here. If agglomeration economy weakens so much because of working from home, then potentially people might switch from H firm to L firm. So that's going to actually be really bad. And I think empirically, we show that we're in this really bad case. And so that's the model. So before I show you the data, I just want the one last graph is, so here is the labor market conceptual graph of the labor market, labor demand and labor supply curves in large cities. So, so this is for occupation with high level of working from home. So what happens is that the reduced relative productivity due to a weakened agglomeration is going to shift, right? But then the increase in labor supply is also going to drive down urban wage premium. But how do you tell in the data that demand curve has shifted in, right? So our way to tell is that, if demand curve didn't shift in, shifting out is driving down urban wage premium, then you should see this M shifting out, right? So if we actually see M shifting in, it has to be the demand curve shifted in. So that's sort of the empirical strategy. Okay, let's go into the data. So we're going to use the LICAS data, burning glass data. So it's basically job posting. I'm going to skip over this. You already know everything. So, but one thing that the additional thing is that we use the wage information. So like about 20 to 30% of the sample has wage information. So also because we get the bad version of the data, we don't have a job posting whether the job is remotable or not. So we're actually going to rely on the occupation information to get whether the job is remotable or not. So we're going to actually use look at jobs that are very, with very high remote adaptation. So like 9% of the job, we're going to categorize that as high remote, high working from home job. And then work location, we're going to look at the quarterly census of employment wages. So first, here is the main graph. So here, this is the bin scatter plot of the burning glass data. So each observation is a job posting, and I'm plotting log posted hourly wage of the job posting against the log employment size of that job's MSA and occupation. So it's basically labor market size. So the slope of these two curves are basically the urban wage premium. And I'm splitting the sample between the pre-pandemic era and the post-pandemic era. So 2018 to 2019 as pre-pandemic and 2020 to 2022, first 5 months of 2022 as post-pandemic. And you can see that the slope, which is the urban wage premium, has dropped substantially for the jobs with high working from home. But in contrast, if you look at other jobs, this includes jobs with moderate and no adoption of working from home. And you can see that urban wage premium has dropped, but not as much. And if you look at the on-site jobs, that didn't drop at all. So that sort of confirms the key prediction, which is that urban wage premium should drop. And you might think, oh, this is all because spatial sorting of workers, right? Or spatial sorting of job postings. Maybe like high-paying jobs are sorting out of large cities. And we actually control for that. So we control for skill requirement. It has very detailed skill requirements, right? So it could be that some jobs with a certain skill are moving out, but if that's the case, after we control for these very detailed skill requirement, we shouldn't see the effect, but we should still see it. So it shouldn't be all driven by spatial sorting of jobs. And then recall that the second piece of the prediction is where the jobs are shifting, right? So we also look at the spatial shift of employment, and we see that employment are shifting out of large cities among these high working from home type jobs instead of in. And this, so this is basically before COVID, these high working from home jobs were shifting out of large cities, but after the pandemic started, it's sort of the shifting actually accelerated. And it's very robust across various different definition of high working from home jobs. And so I want to save some time for this very exciting part of the Gauss decomposition. So now, hopefully, I've convinced you that the relative productivity of large cities has decreased at least a little bit. But all of that is smoke, right? Where's the fire? How do you know that this is due to a decrease of agglomeration economies? So this is that we're trying to do that here. So we're basically going to unpack the urban wage premium of jobs into urban wage premium of skills. So the idea here is that each job consists of a vector of skill requirement, and basically the wage offering of the job is just a combination of the wage return, the sum of the wage return of all the skill that it requires. And so potentially that skill return would differ by location of workplace, right, based on the needs. And so we're going to examine the urban wage premium of skills that sort of year by year among high working from home type jobs. And why do we do this, right? So the idea is that if the drop in urban wage premium is driven by the drop in the urban skills that are valuable in interactive activities like relationship building skill, marketing and public relations skills, then it should tell you that the productive interactive activities that used to be taking place in these firms probably are not taking place. And that would likely suggest that there is a drop in agglomeration economy. Alternatively, if this drop in urban wage premium is driven by the drop in urban wage premium of skills that well complement the remote technology, like skills that involve information technology or analytical skills that people really get more efficient with working from home, then you should see then that would likely imply that this drop in urban wage premium is driven by an influx of labor supply to large city firms. So I mean, the Gauss decomposition is really straightforward. It's basically omitted variable bias. So in a baseline equation, we have gamma 2, which is the decline in urban wage premium. And then our question is, how much would gamma 2 diminish once we add skills in the equation, right? So if this skill matters a lot, then when you add into it, the gamma is going to decrease a lot. So of course, the ordering matter. You can't just do it manually. So we apply this Gauss decomposition, which solved this ordering problem. And then we just did all of that and then rank all the skill cluster families based on the contribution share. So which skill matters the most in driving down urban wage premium? And lo and behold, the number one is building relationship. So it looks like building relationship, that skill is losing wage return in large cities much more than in smaller cities. And that quantitatively is the most important in driving down urban wage premium. And then we have marketing and public relations, sales and customer and client support, all of which has something to do with interaction, with in-person interaction. And then, of course, we have information technology also. So it suggests that both supply and the reduction and the weakening of agglomeration both matters. So lastly, I just want to mention that you might think that high-skilled and low-skilled workers, the agglomeration economy matters differently. So we actually split the sample into like jobs that require college degree and jobs that don't require college degree. And it turns out that this relationship and those kind of things matter a lot more for the high skilled jobs. And information technology bumped in the #1 for the low skilled. And so we think that it might be the IT support kind of jobs that are driving the drop in urban wage premium among the lower skilled workers. So okay, so we have something in progress. We want to study what hybrid work does to urban wage, to agglomeration economy. So that's something that we're doing. And we also got access to the nice version of data. So we're trying to look at also what happens to people who can't work jobs that don't have remote work, but all of your colleagues are remote, are doing remote work. So what happens to the complementarity, of different jobs in the same company? So that's all I have.
Okay, thanks. Really interesting talk. I have want to make several points about things I think are missing in your analysis. First, the shift to remote work was a big positive amenity value shock for workers. That's missing as far as I can tell from your analysis. It means there's a distinct source of supply of the shift in the labor supply curve. So you had kind of two options as to what might be shifting demand and supply, but there's a third one that you haven't registered or incorporated. And to just see the point, if workers like to work remotely, which most of them do according to surveys, and they have a high willingness to pay to do so, if all of a sudden they get more work from home, then wages are going to adjust over time. That's going to happen more in urban centers because the desire to work remotely or working remotely is more valuable in urban centers for people who have jobs there, commuting time and so on. And it's going to happen more in jobs where there's more scope for remote work. So exactly the kinds you're focused on. So I think you need to go back and I think you're over interpreting. I like the empirical result, the bin scatter, but I don't think you've got the full set of potential interpretations for what's happening. I'm offering a different one. Okay. Second thing, which I think is maybe the most fundamental point, is this is my view of what happened because of the pandemic and the shift to remote work. It wasn't just that fewer people are taking advantage of the physical agglomeration economies that urban economists have traditionally thought about, but that there's an increased ability to exploit agglomeration economies in virtual space. And that comes about because we're all much better now at interact with Zoom and so on. The norm has shifted. You can actually interact with people and so on virtually much more effectively than you could before. The technologies for doing that have gotten better. All of that's missing from your analysis. So when I think about what's happened to agglomeration economies, there's the force you've got in your model, which we're probably getting less benefits from direct physical interactions, that form of agglomeration economies, but we're doing more virtually and remotely. So that's the second point. That kind of leads to the third point. Once you're in, the more you move to a world where for certain jobs, they aren't actually working in the location where the job is nominally located. The more and more the location of the job as measured in the data is an accounting or legal convenience. So you really need to convince us that the concept of job location in the data sources you're using is a suitable one. And again, this is most extreme for jobs that can be done fully remote, but even for jobs that can be worked 4 days a week. What does it mean if the job's in San Francisco and I only go in to the office 1 day a month and I live in Boise? Effectively, the job is anywhere, right? It's not, it's only in San Francisco because there are legal and accounting and historical reasons it got recorded there. So I think you need to wrestle with that as well in mapping the model to the framework.
Yeah. No, I like your point. I mean, I like all of your points. So the amenity part, I could talk to you later about it, but like I think the second point is the most interesting one, is like the agglomeration economy is basically just like everywhere, right? Like now so you're basically spreading the agglomeration economy across the location. It's not just location specific. And so in some way, I think you may be able to capture it in like just the productivity of working from home increased, right? Like just in a reduced form sense. So in an alternative model, we have that. And so we actually have two extra term in the model if we do it that way. That will capture some of that. But then the rest of the sort of the margins of like location sorting and those things are still there. But yeah, I will think more about your points.
If you go back to the empirical results, yeah, actually, sorry, go forward. Yeah, your second to last slide. Yeah, the ones that you've made red, why should we think about those as being particularly interactive, right? You could understand maybe information technology as like if you're actually doing AV support, that's actually quite interactive and really does require. And so I think just the coloring you might need to explain a little bit more. You also have like public safety, which you haven't colored at all, but you might think that also requires you being in person. But it's also not at all clear to me why you might think that marketing necessarily requires you being in person, because that could be done digitally and whatnot.
Yeah,
so I just think like a little more explanation here would be very helpful for me.
Yeah, so like public safety, like a lot of those jobs are not remote jobs. So I was kind of like, I should explain that better. And also like marketing and public relation, I think you might think you can do it remotely, but probably not very well. But that's something that we have to look into other data sets to probably support that. That's a good point.
So I'll just add to like Steve's comments, and which I agree with in very large measure. So I guess two additional thoughts. So on the hybrid and the Zoom, I totally agree. And the parameter theta you had on the utility function, maybe you can add a parameter there about the extent to which that job can be done, remotely, or the possibility of doing a synchronous communication or Zoom calls on the task. The other thought I was having is in general equilibrium. Why should we only think about large cities? Because in your model and based on your predictions, there'll be agglomeration economy gains for smaller cities and other communities, right? So wouldn't we then net that loss off with what's happening in the smaller towns? And
I wanted to do that in the beginning. But then I scrapped that idea because I thought it looked from the model, it looks symmetric, but they're not, right? Like the big city is like, there are like 5 big cities, but then the smaller city, there's just many. So like when you shift people from big cities to smaller cities, like that's just you're just losing it, like the density, right? Like they're just scattered around everywhere. So we might have to think a little bit harder about like empirically what this reshift of agglomeration means empirically. But that's kind of what I had in mind. So it's sort of like when people move from these really dense places, like that density is just lost. So, but
unless, just like one quick point, unless they're moving to like 10 cities which are gaining the Austin of the world,
right.
They might be like
Austin, yes. Austin, yeah, Austin is definitely, yeah.
So just a technical question, the categories that have a negative share, does that mean that the urban wage premium actually went up for those?
Oh, the gamma?
Yeah, so it says contribution share, so building relationships has positive 12%, and then like analysis has negative 12%.
Yeah, so the urban wage premium, it went down, right? So the contribution, the raw number is just that how much is driven by that. So it's negative. So it's like negative divided by negative. So okay. So the idea is that like building relationship, a lot of these jobs have this building relationship in there as a requirement, as a skill listed. And then, that urban wage premium of building relationship has decreased. And because a lot of these remote jobs require that building relationship, and that the drop in that skills urban wage premium is going to drive down overall.
All right. And then, so has the urban wage premium for analysis gone up then? Is that how to interpret those numbers?
Yeah, that was like, yes,
Interesting, right?
Yeah, it's very interesting.
And my second question is, if we're thinking about a knowledge spillover model of the urban wage premium, why aren't like science and research and industry knowledge and design in red?
The red is meaning relationship building. So I probably have to explain why I was coloring this in this way. So basically the red is like the relationship intensive kind of skills. And so the science part, I don't really know how to interpret, like maybe it involves relationship building, but yeah.
It would be great if you don't cover this, so you can put it there. Perfect.
Okay, so now we have Michael from VLS.
Thank you. Yep, thank you. Excited to present more labor statistics data for you all to yell at me about. So, and obviously, the views reflect the BS. All right. So, we've already covered a lot of this introductions. I won't spend too much time on it, but we have a few estimates about what people were doing with telework before the pandemic. We have some newer estimates that are pretty varied depending on which one you look at as far as how telework has evolved over the course of the pandemic. And part of the patient is also, I think, this one cool finding of just work from home experiences have kind of exceeded expectations. And I think that's very important, both from the employee standpoint as well as the employer standpoint. And so what does that mean for the future? And so if telework is sticking around, what kind of effects we see down the roads and different kind of categories of effects might we see? And so I just pulled out like a few news articles. Some of them are more hyperbolic than, I think there's one about urban exodus. Is that what we're going to see because of the pandemic? There's also concern about tax revenue collected by local economies. And so these are all very important for thinking about what the next steps are and how to imagine what the future is going to be if telework has expanded as much as we've observed throughout all of these different surveys. What I'm doing is I'm taking data from a bunch of different surveys, and then also some non-BLS data sets as well. And I'll give you some more details about each of those shortly. So the key things that I'm going to do, one is identify actual observed telework rates by detailed occupation. So it's one, I think, cool and important thing that we're doing here. Another element is we're going to identify the change in foot traffic resulting from people moving from the place of work to where they actually reside. And we're going to do it at a very detailed geography level. So everything I'm going to talk about is at the census tract level. And then I'm going to identify what businesses are most impacted, what industries are most impacted by a change in foot traffic. So if there's fewer people walking by the door of your business, what is that going to do to your employment and the closure status of that establishment going forward? And then also we have some evidence about businesses downsizing as well as relocating during the pandemic, and we'll relate that to this change in foot traffic measure that I'm talking about. And then lastly, just kind of tie it all together, we're going to look at local real estate prices and kind of draw the connection between changes in foot traffic, businesses relocating, and what that means in terms of both housing prices as well as rental prices in those geographies. So the QCEW, this is the important one. This is the sample frame that we use for all of the employer surveys that everyone is familiar with. right? So it covers all establishments that pay into the unemployment insurance system for each state, which means it's about 95% of all jobs are encompassed by this. One key element is that it gives our monthly employment as well as quarterly wages for every establishment. And also we have a physical address for each of these establishments. So that's going to be very important for how we're going to bring all this together. And then another nice part is that we can track an establishment from both before the pandemic through September 2021, which is what all the results I'm going to show you are. So it gives us this nice longitudinal element that's just built into the quarterly census of employment. Then this is a new survey that probably most people are not familiar with. We were sitting on this version of a survey that was web only before the pandemic, and we had done a couple test runs, but we weren't really sure what the right circumstances is where we're going to deploy it and do some official estimates using it. And lo and behold, a worldwide pandemic happened, and we were like, there we go. Now we can try and use this untested survey for the first time and answer questions that we think are most relevant and interesting to the pandemic, and try and get it in somewhat real time. But again, there was some growing pains with it. So what is it? It's a business response survey. That's what we're calling it. We had one version in 2020. We had another version in 2021. Just finished collecting 2 weeks ago. Hopefully I have new numbers out in the next 2 weeks or so. It is a nationally representative sample of employers. One I'm going to focus in on is the summer 2021 version. And so key question here that we want to look at is, in a typical week, what % of your employees currently telework in the following amounts? And so we allow them to provide a percentage for all of the time, allow them to provide a percentage for some of the time, and then also percentage for rarely or never. We translated with one of my co-authors, Jeff Groen, we translated this question into percentage of jobs that are teleworking during the pandemic. And we got to estimate about 22% of the jobs were being done via teleworking as of summer 2021 using this survey. And then some other questions that we also use for this is, since the start of the pandemic, did this business location increase telework for some or all employees? This is important so that we kind of have some idea of what it was like before the pandemic. And so we use that to basically construct a pre-pandemic measure. And then also we have the current question that I just highlighted that tells us what's happening now. And then, do you expect the increase in telework for some or all employees to continue after the pandemic? None of the results I'm going to show today use this last. And then another survey that we're using is the Occupational Employment and Wage Survey. Used to be OES, so maybe you're familiar with that name. They changed the acronym to OEWS. I don't know why, now you know. Two of my colleagues, Dave Picone and Matt Day, who is one of the co-authors on this paper, what they've done is they've imputed the occupation composition for every establishment in the United States of America based on the responses to the OEWS. Right, so OEWS actually is a fairly large sample survey that's done regularly to produce both detailed occupation estimates of employment and wages, but then also detailed geography. And so from those observed responses, they're able to impute the occupation composition for every establishment in the United States, and has a lot of nice properties. Like, it sums up to all of the published estimates that OEWS has for the country, for the geography, for the detailed occupation. And so that's a really awesome data set that we have that we can then apply to this telework rate calculation. And then we are going to merge that information to the business response survey, which I just talked about. And from there, we're going to get detailed occupation composition within every census tract in the United States. So the first part, telework rates by occupation. I think before the pandemic, we jumped on this kind of binary classification because we didn't have a ton of information about who is teleworking or who can telework. So we had this, is this job teleworkable or is it not? And it got a lot of use and a lot of attention. But I think a more interesting and important way to look at it is, what were the actual take-up rates and observed take-up rates for these detailed occupations? So what we're going to do is actually provide the observed take-up rates by detailed occupation using these different data sources that I just described. So we can skip over the equation. I'll just give you the intuition. Is you look at an establishment, if it tends to have a higher proportion of economists, and then is reporting in the business response survey that they have a high percentage of employees that are full-time teleworking, then the coefficient on the economist full-time teleworking is going to be higher. Right? I'm just looking for a relationship between employment composition at the establishment level and telework rates at the establishment level. And then basically constructing an estimate for every detailed occupation for both full-time and some of the time, and then combining those to get a telework rate by detailed occupation. So the quick summary numbers, we got about 5.5% of hours were worked via remote or telework, work from home, whatever you want to call it, pre-pandemic, and then close to about 15% of hours as of summer 2021. One thing I will point out is the QCW does not tend to have self-employed. So that's one element that would be missing. And given some of these other surveys seem to show that self-employed have a higher rate of teleworking, that's something that we're missing from this. But these numbers are also calculated based on the occupation composition for the country prior to the pandemic. So to the extent that occupation distribution has kind of shifted as a result of the pandemic or during the pandemic, perhaps it's not capturing those kind of composition effects, but this is the estimate we have for the occupation composition pre-pandemic. And then just, this is a sanity check, right? These dingley area outcomes, and then we have pre-pandemic summer 2021 of our estimated telework rates. So what percentage of hours are being done by telework? So they have up with what the expectations would be, in that the jobs that they identified as being teleworkable have a higher rate of telework on occupations that had identified as not being teleworkable. This is just a sanity check more than anything else. Okay. Example here. Here are some of the detailed occupations with the biggest change in telework from pre-pandemic to during pandemic. The one most interesting is psychology. Pre-pandemic, you go into the guy's office and you're all talking and your aerosols are all spraying all over each other. But then during pandemic, you can't do that anymore. And so you have to, they started to move towards Zoom sessions, and we see a big jump from pre-pandemic to during pandemic summer 2021. Here's all the occupations that we estimate as having no telework. Again, I think a lot of these intuitively make a lot of sense. Dental hygienists, you can't do that remotely. My favorite one is belts, oil and gas. That's my favorite detail. And it just makes sense that these would be the ones exactly what you would expect that do not have any telework even during the pandemic. Okay, so then what I want to do is translate detailed occupation and then move that into kind of a detailed geography and get an idea of what are the telework rates by census. So the second part here is we calculated this telework rate for each occupation, and then we're going to apply that telework rate to every establishment that we have in the QCW, because we have an estimate of what their employment composition is for each occupation, and then aggregate that up to the census tract because we know every establishment's address. And what that gives us is the physical address of the establishment tells us where people were working before the pandemic and telework rate for that location. But then the other part that I think is super important is this: if we're trying to get at the concept of how foot traffic has changed, it's not just where people are working, it's where people live as well, right? It's where their residential address is. So we don't have that at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The survey does provide information about residential address as well as occupation information. So you can go online, this is all publicly available, and you can download by census tract the occupation composition for every census tract. And from there, we're just applying the same telework rates by occupation, applying it to the American Community Survey. Right? So that now gives us what the telework rate is at the residential census tract. So the point here is we're going to calculate change in foot traffic from summer 2021 based on the change in telework rate and workers telework, where teleworkers live based on the 2019 ACS, where they work based on the 2018 QCW. So just to give some intuition here, so we'll use me as an example. I'm an economist. The picture on the left here is me like 3 months into the pandemic. And And this is where I live, right? This is my census tract in Washington, D.C. When I want to go to work, I get the Green Line, I take it down here, I go to Chinatown, switch to the red out at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is in downtown DC next to Union Station, right? So pre-pandemic, economists were working about 50% of their hours via telework. During the pandemic, we're estimating it's close to about 100% of the hours from our estimates. So that means my foot traffic doubles in the pandemic in my residential census tract, but then it goes to zero in my work census tract. That's the intuition here, right? We're just applying that to every single employee and every single resident in the country. So here's the map for the entire United States. It's kind of boring. It's blue, small positive increase in foot traffic with some kind of neutral changes in foot traffic. But where it gets interesting is when you zoom in DC, right? And here's the area. I wish I could zoom in, but I won't mess with the computer. But where you see detail, like very dense urban parts of DC, like in the heart of it. So the one thing that jumped out to me is, Nick, your paper with Arjun with the donut cities, right? It follows that same pattern where they show people were migrating from the city centers outward. And so it's kind of similar. It's like a donut city, but with some sprinkles, where like you get some of the Virginia suburbs also have some of these negative changes in foot traffic. That's with some negative change in foot traffic. And because we're in the Bay Area, let's just look at Bay Area. Where again, I think it follows a lot of the intuition one might have, where the financial district in San Francisco, the big, Alcatraz is like change in foot traffic. So that's important to note as well. But this is a kind of interesting way to look at it, where if people are spending less time in their work census tract, but more time in the residential census tract, what kind of impact is gonna have on the businesses surrounding these census tracts? And so the next question that we wanna try and answer are there certain sectors, certain industries that are more vulnerable to these changes in foot traffic, right? And basically the question is, if you own a bar and pre-pandemic at like 5:01 p.m. because everyone's an alcoholic, they immediately go to a happy hour, right? They go with their suit and jacket and tie. If you're in California, they go with their flip-flops and swim trunks. And you could count on that every single Monday through Friday. But then if people are working from home, that foot traffic is no longer there. And so what kind of impact do we see on these restaurants, on these bars, on these retail locations? So this next part is a regression where we take census tract and look at traffic. So for accommodation services, you see the biggest positive change in words. A 10% increase in foot traffic leads to a 1.7% increase in the employment of accommodation food services establishments. Or to put it negatively, a 10% decline in foot traffic leads to a 1.7% decline of employment for these kind of bars and those types of establishments. See, this is the type of employment 2019 to 2021. And then another sanity check is, well, if these measures are truly picking up what we think they're picking up, we shouldn't see any impact prior to 2019, right? The pandemic came into existence, any change in foot traffic should be null if we try and estimate the same equation for 2017 to 2019, for instance. And luckily, that's basically what we find, right? So there's retail trade, they all have all effects and are much smaller in magnitude than anything we found from 2019, 2021. So I look at this as a placebo test, and I think for the kind of dynamics that we're thinking about, I think it passes the placebo test. All right, so then the next part I wanted to at least show, because I think this is also pretty interesting, are decisions by the establishment to relocate or downsize, right? So we have questions in the business response survey about that. And basically we're estimating the change in relocating, is this one, the decision to downsize and the decision to upsize, controlling for the percent of that establishment, not based on any changes the establishment made as a result of the pandemic, looking at their telework rate pre-pandemic. And then we also calculated, I threw this in because I think it's interesting. We're able to kind of come up with an estimate for whether or not we think that an employer rents their physical location versus if they own it. And I think this was the exact pattern. more telework, they were more likely to relocate during the pandemic. And more teleworking means they were more likely to downsize during the pandemic. They were downsize their physical footprint, not their employment. So I think that's very cool. And then also the renter variable turns out to have patterns and pretty large magnitudes as well. Okay. Here's some more maps. It follows kind of the similar pattern. The city centers were much more likely to relocate, downsize versus kind of the suburbs. And you see it in New York. Bay actually has like a level shift higher than New York and DC, which again, I thought was just a pattern, but okay, final exercise as I am running out of time. So then we kind of combine these different concepts I just talked about, the foot traffic, the relocation, downsizing for every zip code in this case, because we're going to rely on Zillow for real estate prices, and they publish them at the zip code level. And we're going to look at how traffic and relocation and downsizing decisions impact the local real estate prices. Just do simple regression, nothing complicated here. And we have 2019 to 2021 change in rental prices, 2017 to 2019. Look, this column as a placebo effect, this column as the real effect. And I think that more foot traffic leads to higher home rental prices. Downsizing leads to lower rental prices. And we're seeing across the board null effects for the 2017-2019 period. Now here is the slightly more confusing one. So here are home prices. See the same pattern for the 2019 changes in home prices. More foot traffic, higher home prices, more downsizing, lower home prices. But we also see the impact. The magnitude. So that part makes sense, but the fact that we're still getting statistically significant impacts even in the placebo years makes me confused about what exactly is going on. But I still wanted to show it anyways because I think it's pretty interesting. I'm out of time. I just told you all this. One plug, business response survey 2022. Hopefully in the next 2 weeks, we will publish it with information about telework, information about vacancies and hires. Thank you so much.
This is awesome. Yeah, congratulations putting this all together. 2 questions. One is about the occupational requirements survey and whether there's any way to connect BRS with ORS to learn more about like the specific ingredients of a job that make it available to telework. And then the second question was around, and I think I was following this, but just to be really clear, were you assuming that teleworking rates across occupations are common across states, like so it's applied nationally? And if so, have you thought about any adjustments that might be state specific based off of the severity of a lockdown?
So the first question, there's not much scope for directly connecting the microdata between the occupational requirements and business response survey, just because the sample sizes in both they're just not large enough. So the overlap is going to be minimal. Conceptually, though, there are some task-related piece of information that we can say, okay, these are the sorts of tasks that tend to happen for these occupations, and then we take the occupations and apply it to the telework rates that we're estimating. We can do that. I think exploring more with the occupational. So 700 for both full-time telework as well as some of the time telework. It makes it harder to then also, let's say, get different estimates for each state. If we aggregate the occupations up into like less detailed versions, then we can start to get at maybe some more interesting geography breakdowns. And one that I did want to look at is urbanicity. So do we see, if specific occupation is more or less likely to be done by a telework, if you're in an urban center versus further away, analysis that way. I think super interesting.
Thanks. That was really fantastic. I had a question. So something Shelby, Jose, and Steve and I've been looking at, we don't really have the data to actually just thinking about, which is,
are startups now more likely to be remote? So something loads of execs have said is startups in 2020 onwards are like to be remote, whereas in 2019. And I kind of, if you had like I can imagine a graph of the year the firm is founded and its probability of remote. And as they're younger, it goes up, and then it's just a jump in 2020. I think the BRS has that, because you basically it's hard for us to do it externally, because you need a bunch of really young firms and old firms, and they're just current share of remote. And there's not many data sets that kind of combine them together. And I just wondered if you had that.
Two thoughts. So one is, so for the BRS 2021, any establishment that exists as of 2020 is eligible to be selected for the BRS 2021. So we have that aspect. And then similarly for BRS 2022, any establishment that exists at all in 2021. So that's the optimistic aspect. The slightly pessimistic aspect is, and I don't want to get too wonky about this, but people might find this interesting, is how a remote employee shows up in the QCW, right? So the intention is that the QCW employment information is representing an establishment in a physical location where that location is based on the establishment's address. If they hire someone, let's say across the country in a different state, how does that show up? Technically, the way it's supposed to work is that establishment is supposed to file for a UI account in that new state. And then the new employees are going to, for that state, are going to show up as a new establishment in that state. In theory, one can connect that establishment is related.
At least in terms of a firm level relationship. If the paperwork is done properly and we can match an employer identification number. That's not guaranteed. And so what happens is you might see, and particularly during the pandemic, you might end up seeing a number of new establishments that are not actually new or physically new. They're just employees that moved from one state to another, or hired by an employer that is physically in a different state. That just complicates the identifying who is an actual new establishment. But it is something I am actively working on, because I think that is an interesting question and important for understanding.
Yeah, agreed. That is an interesting question. I'm glad you're pursuing that. First, I think this is a really impressive and insightful measurement exercise. And I would encourage you to go back and tell your bosses this should become part of a regular BLS production statistics. And I'm thinking here of the telework rates by occupation, by granular geographic units, industry, establishment size, and to Nick's point, age. Okay. And if you're not sitting in the BLS, it's impossible to replicate what you've just done. So I think these are things you should be putting out. Small question. I wasn't quite clear to me how you translated from the pretty vague response options to the question about what percentage of employees quickly telework. It was like some, mostly, to numerical values, which I think you needed to do for your downstream exercises.
Right. So the respondent does supply a numeric response for, so a respondent can look at the options and say 20% of our employees are teleworking all the time, 10% are teleworking.
So what does some of the time mean?
Agreed.
Okay,
so we are imputing that is.
All right. Well, then here I would just get a better question, get a better sense of response options.
Yeah.
We've succeeded in doing this in the survey business uncertainty. You don't have to go all the way from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days a week, but you can do better than you are now. And I encourage you to do so. So, ask them, are they working 1 to 2 days a week, 3 to 4, 5 or more? Just that's, I'll make that plug.
And when you say it's been successful, that's,
we feel, no, these are
the
questions we fielded both. We've asked both workers and employers. I don't think that's a very burdensome expansion of your list of response options. Maybe you're going to add one more option. They're going to be more specific. I got more to say, but I'll stop here. Anyway, great stuff.
Thank you. And the one quick thing I'll say in response is we are going to publish the detailed occupation telework rates. We're going to wait till this next iteration is done. So hopefully it will be online and available to everyone in 2-3 weeks.
So I'll be real quick because we are almost out of time. So fascinating evidence. So one quick thought was in addition to studying like whether the space of the establishment changed. I was thinking of the business model of the establishment changing. And since you've already matched the data with Zillow, I was thinking whether you could match it with Uber Eats data and study both where the source and the destination of the Uber rides, whether that's changing based on the percentage of remote workers in each area.
Yeah, I don't know how much Uber makes public, but if you have a connection or anything, we should definitely talk, because I agree that would be interesting. Awesome. All right, thank you, everyone. Mhm.
Thank you.
Hannes from UCSD.
Yeah, so just the problem we have is the mic. You put the microphone in your pocket, got to receive it. So yeah, the thing behind it is just put it on your outside of your phone. And that's what you get. You spend $89.95.
All right, thank you. This is John work with John Mondragon at San Francisco Fed. This is the baby session. He also just had a baby, so he sends it and regular help messages to myself. Okay. So what we do in this paper is we argue that the shift to remote work accounted for a large fraction, the majority of the recent increase in house prices.
You want to pick a side. Yeah.
Oh. I love walking around, so okay. So maybe that's not news to you. House prices have increased dramatically over the last since the beginning of the pandemic. This is nominal house price appreciation. Annually, it was running about 3 to 6% before the pandemic began, which is indicated by the red line, and we've reached appreciations of 17, 18%. So we argue that this increase in house prices was driven in large part by an increased demand for home space coming from the shift to remote work. You've seen lots of these kind of measures already, particularly in the first session. So by some measures, about 5% of employees are working from home before the pandemic, and that I'm not going to stop walking around. I apologize. That's now stands close to 30%. Now, to make a causal connection here between the shift to remote work and increase in house price, we're first going to go to the cross section. So we're going to look across U.S. local labor markets and estimate a causal effect. And then we'll later, so the second part of the paper asks, what do we learn from these cross-sectional estimate about what the aggregate effects were from the shift to remote work on house prices? So we're going to look here in the cross-section across micro and metropolitan areas. So in terms of the spatial relationship is going to look a little bit different to sort of the sort of city level, within city level focus you've just seen from Michael. We're going to run a V specification where we're going to use the fraction of employees working from home before the pandemic, so the 2015 to 2019 average. We're going to use that as instrument for the amount of remote work we've seen during the pandemic. This is 2020. This is the latest available data from the ACS right now. It's going to change in 2 weeks, but for now, this is what we have. Now, in the paper, we show that the pre-pandemic remote work share, that essentially captures the occupational distribution. So what kind of occupations are in a micrometropolitan area that are amenable to remote work, as well as some amenities that are valued by remote workers. That also explains some of that variations across space. Now, our coefficient of interest then ultimately is going to be beta here. That's the effect of remote work on house prices. So to identify beta, we need to satisfy the relevance and exclusion restrictions. So relevance is going to be fairly easy to show. That we use the pre-pandemic remote work share is going to be uncorrelated with other shocks to housing demand and housing supply over the period that we studied. So let me start with the relevance condition. This is a bin scatter plot here. We have 895 micrometropolitan areas. We're going to bin them based on their pre-pandemic remote work shares, 2015 to 2019. These are 20 bins. And then within each bin, we calculate the remote work share in 2020. You'll see that relationship is very strong. The coefficient here is about 1.75. And so areas that have seen more remote work before the pandemic has also seen both larger increases, but also larger levels of remote work in the pandemic itself. So what's then the relationship between remote work and house prices? This is a bin scatter plot of that reduced form relationship. So now, again, I have my 95 micrometropolitan areas. I've been them based on their remote work exposure. And here on the y-axis, I now compute house growth from December 2019 to November 2021, which is the sample we study here. Again, you see that relationship is pretty strong and very tight, which suggests that there could be a strong effect here of shift remote work on house prices. Now, that in itself is not going to prove that we've identified that coefficient of interest here, that there's a causal effect here from remote work onto house prices. For that, we also need to satisfy the exclusion restriction. So one possibility of one violation of an exclusion restriction could be that areas that have less remote work exposure over here, they were already on a trend towards, or a lower trend of house price growth than the areas that are more exposed. To get at that, we're going to now look at pre-trends. I'm going to take my CBSAs, I'm going to group them into terciles based on their remote work exposure. So tercile 1 here, that's going to be the set of least exposed areas. Tercile 3 is the set of most exposed areas. And for each area, I'm going to compute house prices relative to December 2019. So that's 1. And then I'm going to average across all these areas in the tercile. So what that gives you is essentially a pre-trend across these different differentially exposed areas. The trend looks pretty similar. But it's during the pandemic itself that these differences really open up. With the least exposed areas, that's the black line, seeing the least amount of appreciation relative to the most exposed areas, seeing the most amount of appreciation. That doesn't in itself sort of mean the exclusion restriction is satisfied. It could still be the case that there's other shocks that are occurring during the pandemic itself that are driving these differences and that are correlated with remote work exposure. Right? And so to get at that possibility, what we're going to now do is we're going to just start adding also possibly confounding factors and see just how sensitive our estimates are towards this. Right? So column 1 of this, the specification here is house price growth on remote work exposure. Again, the pre-pandemic remote work share. This is just the bivariate regression data plot I've just shown. So what this tells us here is that each percentage point of remote work before the pandemic translates into about 2 percentage points more or higher house prices by November 2021. So now what we're going to do is in columns 2 for 4 control variables, we're going to control for pre-pandemic trend. We're going to control for density. Demographics is going to be racial composition and age structure of the cities. We're going to control for unemployment before the pandemic, during the pandemic, at the end of the pandemic. We're going to control for and wage growth as well. We control for stock market exposure. You can see sort of across as we add these controls, the coefficient here. Right? And what that suggests is that these other control variables, while they explain price growth, square here goes up from 0.17 to 0.9. These are valuable controls for explaining house prices, but it looks like they operate for a different channel than remote work exposure. So it suggests that what we're capturing here is really a distinct effect of remote work on house prices. Now, ultimately, our coefficient of interest then is that IV coefficient. This is just a reduced form. So we take our reduced form, we divide it by the first stage. I'm just going to sort of talk about the last column here with all the controls included. This tells us that every percentage point of remote work in 2020 translates into 1.4 percentage points higher house price by November 2021. Note our statistics are very strong. We really don't have a weak instrument problem here because remote work in 2020 and remote work for the pandemic is so highly correlated. Now, if what we're picking up here is indeed an increase in demand for home space, then that has implication for outcome variables as well across cities. And so I want to show you next that those outcomes are consistent with the story we're telling. So first, we can look at residential rents. We don't have them for quite as many areas as house prices. We have them for about 180. Still, in that smaller subsample, we find there's a strong effect of remote work. House prices, the coefficient I'm going to give you here, this is just the IV specification with all the controls included. So corresponding to that last column I just shown you. You can compare that same subsample, what happens to house prices, it's essentially the same. Right? So what this looks like is a broad-based increase in demand for housing. It really doesn't seem like sort of specifically geared to owned homes or versus rentals. Now, we should also expect to see if this is a relative increase of home space, there's a shift out of or shift away from commercial real estate. Now, we don't have much data on that. We only have 25 observations, so 25 large metropolitan areas, but still, even in that subsample, you can see that if you're more exposed to remote work, that looks like if anything has a negative effect on commercial rents, while at the same time, the effect on house prices is very strongly significant in that sample. You can look at local inflation as well, and if you're worried, so the broad-based increase in demand that's correlated with remote work, you should see that in other prices as well, but really here it's the price of housing relative to other goods that's going. Okay. Finally, the other story you might be worried about, or another story you might be worried about, is maybe remote work exposure is correlated with housing supply elasticity, that the more exposed areas you have tighter housing supply, and so even a common shift in housing demand will push up prices differentially there. So it turns out if you look at the number of homes sold over the entire sample period that we look at, it's actually totally unrelated to remote work, which suggests that really what we're looking at here is the supply curve of housing actually looks to be vertical over this period, sort of consistent housing, sort of building disruptions. And if anything, the evidence we find for permits suggests that maybe housing supply is actually somewhat more elastic in the more exposed areas, so that there might be some housing supply coming in the future, but it's not in our sample yet. Sorry, that's the pickup for my kids. Not me today. Okay. What did we learn about these effects then, or these cross-sectional effects about what the how remote work explains the overall increase in house prices? And so here, what we have to grapple with is that part of the causal effect we capture in the cross-section does not easily aggregate. And so the main differences here is that one aspect we capture in the cross-section is just people are moving towards areas that are remote. As remote work becomes more available, you are moving to areas that say have nice climates like Florida and push up house prices there, and moving out of areas that they don't like as well and pushing house prices down there. Right? That's part of the causal effect in the cross-section. It doesn't directly aggregate because house prices will go up here from people moving in, house prices go down here from people moving out. And if you live in this world where housing supply is vertical, but it cancels out the aggregate. And so this is essentially an effect we have to remove, then sort of isolate the component or the part of a cross-sectional estimate that really captures that increase in demand for home space. The way we do that is we're going to add controls for net migration to our IV specification. And in the paper, we show that we then exactly recover that coefficient in this we have beta 1 if the shocks to net migration and the other housing demand and housing supply shocks are uncorrelated. If they're positively correlated, which is probably more likely the case, then we're going to give you a lower bound. Okay. So we're going to measure net migration using address changes from the New York Equifax Consumer Credit Panel. I think those are pretty high quality measures. You can see when we add them to our specification, those are highly significant. They do explain a fair amount of these increases in house prices. And they will essentially reduce the effect of remote work and house prices by about a third relative to the estimates that do not control for migration. That's sort of true across specifications. So one you can think about this is that 1/3 of the total cross-section effect we estimate is migration channel reallocation of housing demand across space, and 2/3 is that remaining increase in demand for home space that's there everywhere that we then use to aggregate to the US economy as a whole. And so for aggregation, I'm going to use this last column, but before I'll show you that aggregation exercise, let me just show you 2 more pieces of evidence. Again, what we're picking up here is now this overall increase in demand for home space. We can run our specifications separately using house price indices by house size. And what you find there is that the effect on the homes tends to be bigger than the effects on the smaller homes with increased demand for home space. Also find if you look at household formation, that sort of a demand for Okay, so the aggregation exercise at this point is going to be very simple. We're just going to take our cross-sectional effect, 0.98, after we control for migration. We multiply it by the national exposure. So this is the national remote work share in 2020 from the ACS. And that gives us 16%. And overall, in our sample, on average, house price increase is about 24%. So 2/3 of that we explain based on that increase in that shift to remote work and the cross-sectional combined with our cross-sectional effect. And so this is a substantial magnitude. And so then the last part of the paper what we do is we want to sort of validate this is sort of a reasonable way to get at these aggregate numbers. So, and to do that is we're going to build a model. And we're going to use this model to sort of as a laboratory to see whether this aggregation exercise that we're doing, so go to the cross section, estimate the causal effect, but control for these factors that sort of do not directly aggregate, like migration, whether that works. Right? And so the model here is actually going to be some level very simple. We're going to have a team of households. They're going to be attached to some firm, so that's F. They're going to pick a location L, and they're going to pick whether they work remotely, or if they are in the firm's location, they can work in the office as well. They're going to consume a non-housing good, that's C. They're going to consume a housing good, that's H. And if they work remotely, they'll have a higher weight on the housing good. So that's going to lead to that increase. That's going to capture that increased demand for home space. The firm will determine the wage, that's Z, and the location will determine the price of housing, that's PL. We're going to allow these households to have different tastes for whether where they want to live and what kind of, whether they want to work remotely or work from home. That's going to be drawn from a Fauché distribution. That's going to allow us to sort of match the distribution of remote work and people essentially across space. And so the goal then for us in the model here is we want to essentially get as close as possible to the kinds of regressions we run in the data and see how well we do in terms of getting into the aggregate numbers in the model. So we're going to have in our model the same 895 locations that we have in the data. We're going to pick the relative demand for housing, relative for office, relative to remote, our cross-sectional instrumental variable estimates. So that same 0.98 that I use for aggregation, we're going to get that in the model as well. And we're going to pick our amenities by location, by occupations to match both the pre-pandemic distribution of households and occupations by location and remote work by location, as well as sort of the post-pandemic. Then we're going to run the regressions. Okay. And so with that model, and we can do exercise like this. I'm going to, in row 1, just run exactly the same exercise as it did in the data. I'm going to run the IV specification. I'm going to control for migration. I'm going to extrapolate. So I'm going to take my average 2020 remote work share and multiply by the cross-sectional coefficient. I get 0.16. That's by construction because I've matched exactly the same data in the model as I used in the data. But in the model, what I can also do is I can ask, well, what's actually the true increase in house prices in the model? Is that similar to this aggregation exercise? It turns out that's pretty close. If anything, we're kind of understating the truth a little bit. I could also ask in the model, well, what would have happened if I didn't control for migration? Well, my cross-section estimates would be bigger, and so I would overstate the truth. So the model suggests this controlling for migration actually gets you pretty close to the answer. And then we can run a whole bunch of sensitivity analysis. We can ask, okay, well, let's pick some different parameters. Pick a high demand elasticity, lower demand elasticity, high supply elasticity. This would be if you're remotely, maybe the shift to remote work smaller than what we measure in the data. We can do all these kind of things. Conditional on matching our cross-sectional estimates and matching the 2020 remote share distribution, we'll always get the same extrapolate effect. You get some different true aggregate effects, but in general, we're always going to be, or scenarios, we're always lower than the truth. Right? It suggests that what we're getting here is actually a pretty good guide to what the true aggregate effects are. So overall, the model suggests that the kind of aggregation exercise we do in the data looks pretty reasonable. Okay? And what that means is that at the end of the day, this, our analysis suggests that remote work was really important in driving house prices since the onset of the pandemic. By our measure, or by our numbers, the majority of the increase in house prices by 2021 is explained by the shift to remote work. And it suggests that, from a macroeconomic perspective, you really want to pay close attention to what's going to happen with remote work because it can feed into more inflation. Some of that is already going to be baked in, but depending if you see more remote going further into the future, we might see even more increases in house prices feeding into inflation. Conversely, if you see a decline in remote work, the housing market might take a turn south. Either way, this really is something of macroeconomic importance, and I've made that point clear and convincing. Thank you.
Hi, I have two questions. So one is that, so migration during the pandemic, essentially mostly happening from low elasticity area, low housing supply elasticity area to high housing supply elasticity there. So it's not exactly neutral, right, as it is being treated here. So that's the first question. The second question is the place like Boise, Idaho, the remote workers there are probably not representative of the national remote workers, right? Or to what extent are they representative? If they're not representative, then what's being inferred here from the spatial analysis to the aggregate analysis might not be quantitatively correct, right? So that's sort of my two questions.
All right, so I mean, if it is the case that migration, so I think what we here is the migration numbers here are very of higher house. The space where like very. And we don't have to prove this, but at least for me, the mental model I have is that housing supply is kind of pretty inelastic over this period everywhere. And I think the best evidence we have for that is like we just look at whether there are more homes sold in more exposed areas, and we don't see anything there. I think that some of that supply will be coming in the future. We have some calculations in the model. I didn't. Housing supply elasticity from Baum, Snow, and Hahn. You can in our baseline, we assume zero housing supply elasticity essentially everywhere. The numbers, you're going to get some drop in the aggregate house price. This goes from 0.177 to 0.131. It's still going to be a big increase in house prices because, at the end of the day, so it turns out the relationship between remote work and housing supply elasticity is, in general, these areas that are more exposed tend to have higher house prices to begin with, and are not the correlation with density is pretty low. It doesn't look like there's some evidence that these areas maybe have slightly higher housing supply elasticity, but I don't think the relationship is not very strong there. Now, I haven't looked at the how housing supply relates to the migration side, but again, the fact that these numbers here are so strong or so big suggests to me that I don't think the evidence is really that strong that we're looking here at in migration to areas with very elastic housing supply. But we can look a little bit more into that. So if it were the case that there was a big difference here, that relationship should be somewhat nonlinear, and we can look at that.
So one comment, I know this is not exactly your question, but I think even more heterogeneity you could observe within cities, right? As people move from central areas towards suburbs. If the future is hybrid and not entirely remote, this is the most relevant kind of reallocation than moving across cities, right? So it's just a comment. And I also have a question. How do you think about monetary policy, right? Because the user cost of housing, the part of it that depends on mortgage payments, decreased dramatically during the pandemic. And it has been argued that this is one of the driving forces of rising prices.
Yeah, so and so we were thinking, we actually put some bit of thought, like what's the right level for doing this analysis? And our conclusion was we wanted to be at a level at aggregation where, at some level we're interested at the whole U.S. as a whole, right? And so to some extent, like the less we have to deal with migration across space, the better for us. Which is why exactly we did this analysis at the sort of CBSA level rather than going even more detailed. We've looked at some of those estimates, but then these effects of migration just become, I think, harder to pick up. Because then, while this the consumer credit panel is, I think, the largest sample you can use to measure migration, 5% sample to use adult population. Once you go down to something like the zip code level, I'd be a little hesitant to put too much weight on the quality of that calculation. It's similar actually to the remote work exposure. Once you go down to like census tract level, at least from the ACS, I'm not sure how well we would still measure things. I think for our approach was ultimately getting at these aggregate numbers. This seemed like sort of a reasonable way to approach that trade-off. Obviously, we could go to the state level, but then you have sort of much less scope for looking at potential confounding variation because you only have 50 observations. I already forgot what your second question was, so remind me.
I asked about monetary policy because it would affect your model, right? As a part of
So I mean, the model we took that aside. I think sort of and there's two questions, like should it be part of the model and is it potentially confounding our estimates in the data? Should it be part of the model? Our view was like, well, let's just look at the effect of remote work independent of a monetary reaction, and then the Fed can decide what would be the right response to that. I think that's sort of a separate question of what we're trying to answer here. In the data, I mean, if it's something that's uniform, obviously we're going to difference that out, right, in the cross-section analysis. To the extent it's not uniform, you expect that to generally go in the direction of the more dense areas some prices because they tend to be more supply constrained. So adding these controls should take care of some of that. And we don't see that really affecting our estimates. So we don't really think that's something that we're picking up here. Now, presumably it didn't matter that mortgage rates went from maybe like 4.5% to 2.5%. There's another 1/3 of the increase we don't explain. So I think there's room for other stories as well. But we don't try to quantify it.
Hi, so I had a comment on your policy implications at the end. It seems that you're assuming that this increase in remote work has to continue. So you continue having migration and that continues to lead to inflation. Otherwise, we would have observed a price level change and eventually that dissipates away. Why are you assuming that this will continue to increase? The share has to continue. Or am I getting this wrong?
The share might go up. The share might go down.
Okay.
And it's not my comparative advantage, it's just what's going to happen to remote work in the future. I think that's 99% of this room is more qualified to answer that question.
Right. But just to be clear, then your mechanism requires the migration to continue.
Yeah, so for it to be, that's right. So a one-time shift leads to a level shift in prices, which leads to a dynamic path of inflation that will eventually convert to zero. Right. Yeah. So for further inflation effects, the level has to either go up or go down.
Yeah, just a question about the IV and that the model was generating similar results as the IV specification. So I wonder if that even tells us something methodologically about broader situations where we can use kind of like a historical value of the right-hand side variable as an IV and get potentially unbiased estimates to the extent that that alignment serves as a validation.
Yeah, so when you think about these cross-sectional aggregation problems, the key problem you have is when you have something what's called like a negative spillover, right? So it's the areas that are treated, I guess the areas that are less treated or not treated, they're negatively impacted by the areas that are treated. So migration is going to be one of them. So that's going to increase your cross-sectional coefficient, but it kind of shifts down the level, right? Because if you didn't have that, the overall effect would be bigger. And so what I mean, we haven't proven this, but I think what this analysis suggests is that the key thing for you, if you in your cross-sectional regression, you can control for these negative spillovers. So anything that sort of affects areas that are less treated negatively, you can get to kind of a lower bound on what the true aggregate effect is. Right? Because the positive spillovers that go the other way is, the areas that see more remote work, maybe they'll buy more goods from the less treated areas. Well, that's going to lift up prices everywhere, right? So that's going to increase the overall aggregate effects, and so that lower bound argument will still hold. So it relates to some literature in customs ontologies has essentially a paper where if you essentially control for all of these different spillovers, you can get to essentially that point estimate, which should be exactly accurate. The only thing you can't ever get is something that affects everyone equally, because you're always going to difference that out. But so long as the heterogeneous effects in principle, you can estimate it, and that's what we're doing here. I don't want to take too much credit. I think there's some more general results in the literature, but I do think we're adding to that context. Thank you.
So I'll be super quick. So one interesting thing was like you had a negative point estimate on the office prices.
Yeah.
And at least anecdotally, some boroughs in New York are rezoning, converting office space to residential space. So I'm just wondering if you exploited the variation of which boroughs are rezoning versus not, that might give you a long-term equilibrium as well.
So we have not. So I think the data we have on the office space is pretty limited. This is a we have 25 observations here. I think the data that ARPIT has would be suited for that. I don't have access to that, so maybe if he gives it away after he's drunk enough, then I can tell a bit about. But we don't have the scope for that here.
Okay, thanks very much for a great work up there. I think we're eating just out here. It's like super convenient. We've got some drinks and